Teddy. Oh. Double sweeps to start the show. You know it is. Ted Coningsby channel live here from the viewing area in Suffolk here at Fighter Town. It is the one and only home of the 48 Fighter Wing. That's right, RAF Lakenheath, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Sweeps, huge turbo fans and big smiles. The smell of jet fuel and burgers. The adrenaline, the afterburners. Oh yeah. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Just practicing my sort of like retirement sort of commentary there, you know, for when I'm starting to do like, you know, sort of wildlife sort of stuff in the future. Just kidding. Ted's shaking his head. I know. The Bear Committee, when the Bear Committee have spoken, when they have spoken, that is the end of it. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, on the controls. My name's Nikos, your crazy commentator, cameraman, and historian. And Ted is all snug and wrapped up. It's not the nicest at the moment, but it could be worse. So we'll take that, won't we, Ted? Yeah, I know, mate. Oh man, so in the distance you can hear the Pratt & Whitney F-100 PW229s, and they belong in the F-15E Strike Eagle, the two-seater legend that is still going since 1972. Oh yeah. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the 48 Fighter Wing. The flying component is the 48th Operations Group, and they have 4 squadrons in the group. So very old school from traditional structure from World War II. Since 1941, many activations were put in place in preparation for battle and preparation for something worse. And one of those activations of the 54 were indeed the 48th Fighter Bombardment Group. That's right. Today we have 4 combat ready fighter squadron, and what is amazing is that Lakenheath still holds that fighter group status from the US Army Air Force. It's kind of like a way of looking at it, at what's left from World War II, and Lakenheath's 48th Fighter Wing still hold that status, that history, and we must remember that's the legacy of the mighty 8th, the 9th Air Force as well, and the other air forces that came for a pursuit to freedom. And this is a legacy that's still going today. The 48th Fighter Wing with their 48 Operations Group are as follows. The flying components are the 492nd Fighter Squadron, locally known as the Bowlers. Officially they are the Mad Hatters. Suits us really. Guns up, Bowlers. Hope we're all good. Bleed blue. Next up, by the way, rewind, they fly the F-15E Strike Eagle that you can hear in the background there, which is absolutely amazing. The next squadron, the legacy that is the 493rd Fighter Squadron. They are the Grim Reapers. Fear the Reaper! Always, you know it is. And they fly the F-35A Lightning II, which they're the latest to have converted to the F-35A. This is the A variant, not like yesterday's B variant. In fact, the US Air Force do not have and do not operate the F-35B. And it was in 2022 they reactivated onto the new platform, the F-35A. Next up are the finest, baddest, meanest, bleed red, the Panthers. They're the 494th Fighter Squadron. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. Oh yeah. And next up are the latest and greatest, the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries, who arrived on the 15th of December 2021, bringing Lakenheath its very first and making the USAF, the United States Air Force in Europe, the first wing, making the 48th the first ever USAF wing to operate the F-35A. Now, they're known as the Valkyries today, and that was hand-picked by a group of suggestions. It was put out to the people. Lots of interesting nicknames could have been: the Daggers, the Ravens, the Archangels, and other fun names that they could have been. In fact, 1977 to 1991, they were actually the Thundervarks. But now, with a new nickname, new call signs, they fly today the F-35A. Mala Ipsa Nova. Actually, only 2 of the squadrons have Latin for a motto. Mala Ipsa Nova is the 495th. That means bad news itself. And the 493rd, well, they pretty much nailed it to the point. Death to the enemy. Job done. Now, the 4 squadrons were originally activated as different designations. They first activated in 1941. In numerical order, the 55th, 56th and 57th Fighter Bombardment Squadrons Light. They changed to Dive a year later, so 42. And then in 1943, they became an independent unit with a renumbering the numbers we know today: 492, 493, 494 and 495. However, 1944, 1st of April, that was the end of the 495th. They became inactive, and they were inactive for a whole 33 years. And then they became inactive from 1991, when they were reinstated with the F-111 Aardvark. 30 years have been inactive, so a total of 63 years have been inactive. That's a whole lot of decades there been inactive, but nevertheless they're back together again since 2021. Hope we're all good and well, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Waiting for the show, and I hope it's all good. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears, and hopefully we'll get some good burners in this sort of low light. F-15E Strike Eagle, twin engine, powered by 2 Pratt & Whitney's F100 PW229s. How can you tell they're not the 220s? You can actually tell visually. I will show you. The PW229s are a lot more powerful than the 220s. 22,000 pounds of thrust on the 220s, 29,000 pounds of thrust each on the 229s. You can actually see they've got additional intakes on the side. You can see it perfectly as they taxi towards us in just a moment, hopefully. The other thing to note is, unless you are right next to an F-15, you can easily see it. It's right underneath on the sides of the conformal fuel tanks. It's additional intakes right underneath the wing. You can see it head on. They look like 2 round ordnance stuck to the just sort of armpit. Is that a good word to use right now? Probably. You'll know what I mean in a moment. I'll give you a description. I know this is an F-15C. But the additional intakes, it's like a main secondary oil cooler. It's about here, so here and here. All right, so the pilots are doing their checks. By the way, this is what we don't see at Coningsby. We're fortunate enough to see the pilots doing their checks. The pilots would do the same on their F-15s. That's right, they would have a look at the static pitos here. They'll have a look at the condition. They'll have a look inside the landing gear Make sure nothing's popped like a circuit breaker. If I was a pilot, I'd be concerned that there's a wheel missing. But there you go, that's what checks are all about. They'll have a look at the condition of any drop tanks, any ordnance. They'll have a thorough look. This is quite a famous F-15C of the 493rd Expeditionary Fighter Squadron 0156 Dirk 21. And interestingly, on that mission, on the 20... Hang on a minute, I've just got to remember off the top of my head. What was it? The 24th. On the night of the March the 24th. In 1999. You'll notice they actually put, especially on one of them, can't remember which number it was, 014 was it? It's got a aerial victory marking of Iraq. Okay, I think it was I can't remember which, was it an Su-27? Anyway, but you'll notice this flag doesn't exist. It's an unknown flag because the point is it was an unknown at that time. It was the freedom and the allied force of what was going on in Yugoslavia. So they actually put an unknown flag marking here. So because I don't think that flag actually exists. I stumbled across it only today. So these two MiG-29s, courtesy, they actually scored 4. Dirk 21 actually got 2 MiGs that day. In just literally in 2 days they got 4. I think that actually might have been less than that. Might have been over 24 hours. So they got 4. One of the canopies is here of the MiG-29s that they took out. But there we go. So amazing. So the pilot would do all the checks inside as well. Yes, it's a single-seater, this one, but of course the F-15E Strike Eagle is a 2-seater. But there we go. But I came across that flag. It's an unknown flag. Although there is actually a regulation for keel markings. It's a 6-inch green star with a black border, and in white they'll actually write down the name of the aircraft that they destroyed. And the thing to remember is these aerial victory markings with aircraft are getting quite rare, these traditional markings, because at the end of the day, if you've got air superiority and air dominance, no one's going to challenge you. And that's the point. They're not that common. You don't get that many air-to-air against another aircraft. They're becoming quite thin. They're becoming quite, you know, if you think about the consequences of having that, it means there's something wrong in the world. Does that make sense? But there we go. History is history. It's violent. It's the way it is. But here we go. It's there if you need it. Always think of fighter jets as a defense. And it can get violent if needed. You know how it is. So, as predicted, here comes the rain. Give me one moment. I will need to put the rain cover on already. I was hoping it would be... Well, we might get lucky. It might not be so bad. Let me just go and get a few bits and pieces. It's a bit like Mildenhall again. Here we go. Okay. It's not too bad at the minute, but we're all good. And well, I'm just gonna put a little fleece on the top. Doesn't need anything else for now. Oh, I'll put this cover on. Didn't think it was coming already, but never mind, it's fine. We've had worse. We've had storms, we've had all sorts of fish coming at us. So in just a moment we'll be having our first ever sights of the F-15E Strike Eagle. The 48th arrived here on the 15th of January 1960. It was built in 1940 as a Royal Air Force station, served as a Royal Air Force station until it was put under maintenance in 1944. It was selected, just like Marham and Sculthorpe, to become a VHB, a very heavy bomber base. So they took over 2 years for this major project to extend and make these wonderful large runways ready and suited and booted for the B-29s. However, things changed. The host left and changed hands. It went from Royal Air Force hands to the United States Air Force, and it's been since 1948. You know it is. Since 1948 it's been a stronghold of the United States Air Force, and to be more accurate, USAF. And ladies, gents, teddy bears, 4th of July 1954 was a key date for the 48th. Oh yes, it was indeed a key date for the fighter bomb wing, as it was known. That's right, in 1952 they moved to France, they moved to Chaumont, and it was from there that they became a wing in 1952. So they were a group when they were activated in 41. They deactivated in 1945 after the Second World War. Reinstated, reactivated in 52 in France at Chaumont Air Force Base, or Chaumont Air Base to be precise. And 2 years after that, realizing that they were close to the birthplace of the creation of the Statue of Liberty, you know where I'm going with this, our regulars will know exactly what I'm going to be saying. 4th of July, displays from the Sky Blazers, who were actually flown by the 492nd, would you believe, with the stars and stripes, very similar livery to the Thunderbirds without the white. They were named the Statue de la Liberté. That's right, the Statue of Liberty wing. It's all from there, 1954, 4th of July. They're the only Air Force wing of the United States Air Force to have not only a number, but a name. Every other wing has a number, but they don't have a name. Statue of Liberty wing. You know how it is. So now you know. Okay, they're getting closer. I can hear the nozzles. So there'll be more checks. So the pilot would have done their checks. The Wizzo would have done their checks, checking all those circuit breakers. Once they taxi down this beautiful taxiway, which we call the catwalk on the channel, they'll pull up. On our screens, they'll pull to the right and come here. This is called the EOR, end of runway. There are 4 in total. I can park up 6 fighter jets or 6 fighter aircraft. There's one here. This is EOR north. That one over there south. They'll just use one to do all the checks. All the crew chiefs and their fighter generation squadrons, their ground crew, will do all the post-taxi checks. They'll pull the pins out. They'll do all the pins. They'll sort that out. They'll do all the aileron elevator checks, the flaps, the nozzles. They'll check for security issues with the canopy. They'll do all their final checks before takeoff. It's the way they do it here on the F-15E Strike Eagle. They don't do that on the F-35. They do that back in the hangars. Right, they're getting closer. Here we go. It's time for the undefeated champion. Aerial victories 104, but now I think it's had millions because of the drones, but against plane to airplane to even a helicopter, actually. Yes, it's had a helicopter on the F-15E. 104 with 0 aerial combat losses. That's aerial combat losses, okay? Don't get that confused with general losses, because unfortunately there have been. But, you know, fighter against fighter, 0 losses. It can fly with 1 wing. It's the only aircraft to have a air-to-space kill. Yep, you got that. Look at those tool stabilizers. Unbelievable. Now look out for the secondary oil cooler. Now then, the best way I'm going to describe that, they're quite small. They're additional intakes because of the huge increase in power. So you can see the CFTs. Okay, the left drop tank, okay, the one on our left, look to the 2 o'clock. There's a tiny, at the moment, it probably looks like a black circle just sticking out off the side of the CFT. Same again with the right drop tank. 10 o'clock, I would say. There's a tiny blackish circle, it looks like. That's your additional intakes. That's how you can visually know and recognize it's got a PW229. You can see it a bit more here. Look at that. It is almost impossible not to have a Top Gun theme music playing in the background. And yes, they do watch Top Gun here and listen to it. I know that because we can hear it on the radio sometimes. That is. LN is the tail code for Lakenheath, just like the United States Navy, they have their designations, and the United States Air Force bases, they have their markings for their aircraft. So LN will be on the F-35s as well to mark that they're from Lakenheath. Never used to be that way though. It's between 72 and 73 on the Phantoms. The F-4s, they had LK. And previous to that, prior to that, 1960 to 1972, on their F-100s, they had the letter L for Lakenheath, and they had a second letter to denominate the squadron. They had an R, an S, a T, so it was LR for the 492nd, LS, the 493rd, and LT for the 494th. You can see a wonderful example at the Newark Air Museum on an F-100D Super Sabre in the camo. Red is traditionally the colour post, may I add, post World War II, red for the 494th. You'll see blue as well for the 492nd, and you can see all three colours, or if you were here in 92 you would have seen yellow for the 493rd. You can see a Boss jet as well, of all three colours on it. And there is green on the Aardvarks, if you were fortunate enough to see the Aardvarks here from 1977 to 1991. There was a green tail flash for the 495th. However, just like structure and what's available, sometimes it won't match the pilot. What I'm saying is that you may get a 492nd pilot flying an aircraft that's got the markings of a 494th. Just saying, if it's available, they'll take it. And I say post World War II because the colours were reversed. The Panthers, the 494th, were actually sporting yellow. The Grim Reapers, blue. And, hang on, no, I've got that wrong, haven't I? Yes, the Grim Reapers were blue. The 493rd were blue. Bowlers were, the Mad Hatters, the 492nd were red, and yellow was the 494th. Had to think then, sorry about that. So we're looking at just under 60,000 pounds of thrust with combined power from both of these engines. First ever jet aircraft for the 48th was the F-84, for those that love history. Look at that, very similar to the P-80, which then became the F-Series designations, the F-80 Shooting Star, but the F-84, see ya. And our Lakenheath guest is also here, Barry, with his on-the-spot questions. You've got to love Barry. You've got to love Barry. Come on. These are powered by two Pratt & Whitney F100 PW229s, a whopping 4.85 metre in length, this engine, with a 3-stage fan and a 10-stage high-pressure compressor. Compresses the air and increases the pressure at 32 to 1. Wow! Goes in at 1 bar, squeezes it to 32, with a low bypass at 0.36 to 1. Dry delivers around 17,800, and with afterburner just over 29,000 pounds of goodness. Gracious me. Yes, Barry.
Civil version of the Lancaster.
Civil
version of the Lancaster.
Was it a York?
No.
Lancastrian. They did make a York.
They did, but the York was only the main spar on the wings.
Got it.
The Lancastrian actually had turrets built.
Okay. Oh wow. Thank you. Lancastrian. There we go. So welcome Brian Howells, Bernie Hagyard, Christopher Carr, Margot Baxter, Williams, Simon Watchorn, Gary, how you doing? Andy Basin. It is, yeah, it is. It's very hard not to play Top Gun music to hear, it really is. Alan Burden, oi oi to you. Donovan Phillips, oi oi. Roger Payne. Don't forget, I'm not always on the chat, so please forgive me, I can't always look at your questions. You know me, I love to answer your questions, like Barry on the spot. Love it. Bring them on. Ali Leyland, how you doing? Captain A, what up? Alan Q. Hope we're all good and well. Aspen, Scorcher, Lee Harding, how you doing? That is a very common question. Now don't forget, it's when you use thrust. Alright? When you use thrust, that's when you use fuel. It uses very little here. It's on complete idle. It doesn't use a lot. Probably about 1%. The most consumed, you know, section of throttle will be the afterburner. It uses, let's say, 3 times the amount of your fuel consumption. Yes, but it does give you, let's say, 30% more power. The F-15E Strike Eagle, you can pack it with, goodness me, it can take all sorts. It is a bit like a fighter jet version of an A-10. I mean, it's got a Vulcan cannon firing at 6,000 rounds per minute. You know, it's pretty capable. 500 rounds. The Vulcan cannon of 20 mics. It's just what it can be packed with is just amazing, the amount you can put on this thing. Entered service in 1989, the F-15E Strike Eagle. Took its first flight in 86, but it's just what you can pack this thing with as well. From 4 AIM 7 Sparrows to 4 AIM 9 Sidewinders to 8 AIM 120 AMRAAMs as well. You can whack about maybe around 23 to 24,000 pounds or whatever you want on it. GBUs, take a pick, 10, 12, 24, 27. Basically they're paveways, GBUs, they are guided. GBU 28, Bunker Buster, yeah, can take one of them. GBU 54, 39, CBU 87s, 89, Blue 107s, it can take a lot. And then whack up to 3 600-pounder drop tanks as well. You know how it is. So, to mix it up, there are fans that love things being zoomed in, and there are fans that like it wide. Well, I will go wide for the ride, and then keep it zoomed in for the spin. And that is. Climbs, great start, and a way to end our week. If you haven't done so already, you have indeed been cleared to touch and go on that like button. Give us a thumbs up. Let's get this stream up there. Give us a thumbs up, and of course do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. This is going back or going out? Let's have a look. Here we go. It's time to ride. I just heard in the background there. So there'll be more. Yep, they're on their way. You can hear the nozzles. So the sound that you can hear is literally bleed air being pushed through to open and close those nozzles. That is the air. So just to roll that back a little bit, it is controlled by what's called a SENC, a conversion exhaust nozzle control, and it's basically a power system to bleed air through actuators that help move those beautiful geometric shaped petals that are on the nozzles. It helps them transform to match the airflow that's coming out through the basically from the thrust. It's going to match your airflow. The reason why it takes a bit of, you see it move the back of the nozzles, which I'll show you on my model now. The reason you're like this, just basically how sound works. There's our nozzles. It's starting to rain again. The open and closing, so that makes the sweep sound. It's the air being pushed through. So the SENC controls it, pushes the air through the actuators and opens and closes and makes the right shape, the right amount of its diagram to cope and match the airflow. The reason why it closes, let's say, or opens and makes the sound later by maybe a second or two is because we are about 1/4 mile away from where they're taking off. So that's why. So it takes a bit of time to reach us. There you go. That's how sound works, right? It's just spitting a bit, as you can see on your screens there, but I'll do my best just to make this a little bit more comfortable. Most common questions that I get asked are as follows: how fast do they go? This does depend on the pilot, mind, but anywhere between 420 and 450 miles per hour before they pull up. The reason why they do that is because it's all to do with thrust to weight, okay? They're not as lightweight as the Typhoon, for example. The F-15E Strike Eagle. Weighs quite a bit with the CFTs there. For example, the Typhoon empty weighs 24,000 pounds, okay, and it's got 40,000 pounds of thrust. Now, okay, you can't fly without any fuel, but do the maths, add some fuel, and you've got your ratio called thrust to weight, which what you want is above 1 to 1. So that's why. So the F-35A, just really quickly, that weighs 29,000 pounds, and the F-15E Strike Eagle with its conformal fuel tanks weighing in at just short of 39,000 pounds. Okay, so do the maths there. It's got just under 60,000 pounds of thrust, max power. So, if you haven't got that thrust to weight, what you do, you just pelt it down the runway, okay? 60 to 100 feet, hold that, get your speed and pull up. G's pulled, another one. Anywhere between 5 and 7 G's that are pulled, okay? Probably short-lived, but the pilot will still fill that quite nicely. How high do they go? Okay, so this is where the confusion is. Unrestricted climbs and quick climbs, they're the same thing. You may even hear from RAPCON or any control tower, unrestricted climb to a flight level of 170. Now, flight level, just add 2 zeros to it to give you it in feet. That's your rough altitude. Flight level 170, let's add 2 zeros to it. That's 17,000 feet. Flight level 190. Do the maths, add just 2 zeros, 19,000 feet. Now hang on a minute, unrestricted climb to 19,000 feet. It's to do with the climb rate. You'll now have a fast moving aircraft that's going to do what it wants up to a certain point, and it will still climb further just when it next goes to the next radar service. All right, it can still climb after that, of course, because obviously they got to go higher than 17,000 feet. But for the climb itself, the initial climb is 17,000 feet until they reach the next radar service, and then just continue climbing. All right, cool. So after they've reached their climb, they'll come out the zone, and then they'll just do what they want after that, probably with, obviously with in the controlled airspace. What's going on here? Ah, yes. What? Ah, yeah, man. Nice. Hang on. If they're still there, I've got my flag. Hang on. I've got my flag, buddy. I don't know if they're going to see that, but oh. That was awesome. Did you just see that? We just got away from the crew, bless them. Bless their hearts. We love you, man. We love what you do. And woman. I don't want to genderify it, because of course it's just the way I say. I always say man. I'm even my female friends, I'm just like, yo man, like that. It's just, people that know me will know me. I don't genderify things in that respect. They're just like, yo man. I've got lots of, you know, female friends, and we're just like, yo man, that's it. Oh, I didn't get enough time to get the flag. Bless them. I hope they've seen that. Big shout out to the ground crew and crew chiefs for what they do, the work that they put in, the work they put out, the time and effort. And do you know what? Not being funny, and again, you know, I live here, but the weather here can be horrendous, and they'll be out there doing their thing, doing their checks to make sure those airmen, those pilots, those aviators, they go up safely. And it's all due, you know, every time we see an aircraft taxi and take off, it's all down to the ground crew. You know, without them, it wouldn't happen. Fighter generation squadrons. Again, if you're interested in a career with the Air Force, if you're watching from the States, it's time to shine. Texan, T-38, F-22. You can do it. Yes, Barry.
Technically, according to physics,
okay,
they weren't flying.
According to physics, lift.
Well, there is no lift, is there? If you're going like that.
Pressure. Thrust.
I think it's just brute
Thing is,
force.
you need four things. You need thrust, and you need the lift from your wings.
And you need a comfortable platform.
Yes, you do. Yeah, it is Pratt & Whitney magic here.
I learned something the other day. It was in the Flight magazine. What do you think the payload is of an F-35?
Payload?
Yeah.
18,000 it can take.
Well, in English, I think it's about 8 tonnes.
I don't know what that. I'm still in old school.
I'm in shillings and pence.
The F-35B though, 15. A little bit less because it's got.
Oh, because
it's got that big lift. Yeah, 1.2. It's got 1.2 tons.
I never get my head around the sea. What's different?
It's bigger, it's wider, and it's a carrier. It's for the carrier variant.
Right.
It's got two wheels at the front instead of the single one, so it's twin axle. And it's got, if you want it in meters, it's got 2.4 meters bigger wingspan.
Right.
So 1.2. So what's that? 4 foot either side.
Quite a bit.
Yeah. So it'll have greater lift off the carrier. strengthened airframe because of the pressure it's got to.
I want when it's on the hook.
Yeah. So.
That must be tremendous.
Yeah.
Amount of power.
Yeah, just to get, and then obviously the twin axle has got strengthened axle to pull it along that catapult. You know that. I think it's done by steam.
Yeah, it's steam.
Yeah, I was like, I couldn't get my head around it. It's a very, I'll tell you what, that fair play to the crew on there, because those catapult things are dangerous.
Oh.
They can yeah. I won't need to describe what it can do to someone, but
Take the legs off.
yeah, it can. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there's some lovely footage on YouTube of the Americans doing carrier landings in the Pacific in the war. God, what a dangerous job.
Oh, very.
That worked on the deck.
Very. The state some of those aircraft used to be in.
Oh, a Corsair come in, and it was still flying, and it caught the wire, and the whole, radio engine, the whole engine, passing company, just slid along the deck. I mean, that's a fair bit of weight.
That is a lot of weight.
So did you get them going vertical?
Yes.
Got some footage?
Yeah, it was lovely. Yeah, really nice. Yeah, it
I
was
noticed with these, they really rely on the afterburners, whereas the 35s don't always have them on.
weight, the amount of payload.
Well, yeah.
But we've seen them take off the F-15s without afterburners before.
Yeah?
Yeah. They are capable of doing it. Probably haven't got as much payload on, but we've seen it quite a few times.
And they go along level for a while, don't they, when they lift off?
Yeah.
And whether they're gaining airspeed
Yeah.
to do the...
425 to 450 miles per hour before they pull up.
Really?
That's what they told me.
Wow.
Yeah. Experience about 5 to 7 G, depends on the pilot and how fast they're going. Whereas the Typhoon, 8 seconds it'll pull up going about 185 miles per hour, but it accelerates because of the thrust to weight ratio, because it's lighter and it can do all the hard work from there. So in 8 seconds it's climbing vertically already, so it doesn't need a lot of runway.
We get them go over the top of us. I think it used to be on a Thursday. You get one RAF aircraft over.
Yeah.
You can hear the difference.
Yeah, you can. You can hear the differences.
If you hear it, don't go in the back garden looking for it. It's going to be gone. By the time you hear it,
Yeah.
it's gone.
Yeah. Right, enjoy.
I'm going to get hot chocolate.
Yeah, sounds good. Business, this one. Thank you. Send it. Right there. Woo! Yeah. That was for us. That was for us, that air brake salute. For those asking about ADSB, quite simply, aircraft are equipped with an ADSB receiver. ADSB uses GPS. There are two stages inside that receiver. It is an ADSB in and ADSB out. ADSB out gives out all the data. Call sign. It's very important to get the call sign because you can have a call sign mismatch. Yes, you can, and it has all the data such as the GPS location because it uses GPS satellite. It is not radar, technically speaking, because it uses a satellite from the skies, and what that does, it then sends that information to ADSB ground receivers, ground stations on the ground. However, mountainous areas, anywhere where there's you know, terrain like that blocking the GPS signal, you will lose the signal. So ADSB out gives all that data for air traffic controllers to monitor it, so altitude, speed, call sign, etc., all that kind of data, but you can turn it off. There's also ADSB in. You can leave that on. The pilots will then get all the latest and greatest information on atmospheric pressure and all the weather reports and data that they need in, so they can do that. Scenarios where you turn it off would be, for example, red arrows, just the lead flight will leave that on. Formation flights, you can just have just one of you, the lead flight can just leave their ADSB out, switched on. All right, it works very differently to radar. This is a secondary surveillance radar. This uses type S. on a transponder. Don't forget, aircraft do not turn their transponders off. Well, good pilots don't anyway, because obviously that could cause a lot of problem. A transponder, having that on along with the squawk code, is aircraft management. F-35s have got their transponders on right now. ADSB out is turned off, but you can turn it on. Now there are 3 modes on a transponder. I've explained this one on another show before. Let's have a look a little bit about radar. So this is why you can't see it on flight radar or ADSB, because the ADSB out is turned off. So just to give you an example, right, that radar there, that's a SSR, secondary surveillance radar, but you've also got a primary radar. Now they work differently. Primary radar does not need a transponder on. It can actually, you don't need a transponder at all. Primary radar is omnidirectional, all right? It sends out radio waves, okay? And then it detects an aircraft and pings back on. There's no data on that. That's the way radars work. And the thing is, I'm going to explain in just a moment if I get a chance, radar I think there's a radar horizon that it can see, which is why, if you think about it, sorry flat earthers, but with the curvature of the earth and where you can't see very far, if an aircraft is going at 1,000 feet, you could probably see it from there because of the way it works. Now, if the aircraft is going down 100 feet, the radar won't pick it up because it's pointing upwards, okay? It's got to a point, all right? So I know I'm going off tangent for a minute, but hear me out. The squawk code is a code to manage the aircraft. There are it's a keypad inside. There's a receiver on the transponder. Now, first of all, transponder means transmit and respond. There's 2 words combined, okay? And it uses there are 2 different types now. I think there's WAM, wide angle multi something. I haven't gone into multi-angle, but also secondary surveillance radar, which is over there. What that does, that works with type mode S on the transponder, and what that does, it's communication. So it's sending out and communicating with the transponder. That is, if you turn your transponder off, that won't get you. It won't be able to pick you up. And when F-35s take off, I'm using F-35 because people have this misconception that the transponder is off. You can't fly with your transponder off, because if you do, you're going to end up colliding. You're going to you're going to cause a collision. All right, it's very dangerous to do so. You can't turn that off. And what that does, F-35s are given a squawk code 6401 on departure. If there's more than one in the flight, it will go up numerically. So 6401, 6402, 6403, etc. So it's transmitting and responding with an SSR. Again, radar, it goes upwards. GPS points down its satellites. So that's radar, just really quickly and briefly. So squawk codes work with the transponder. You need to turn that on to have a squawk code. The reason why I'm saying F-35, they're given a squawk code on departure. You can't fly without a squawk code. It's aircraft management. It allows air traffic controllers to know exactly what it's doing. Type S also gives data as well. It gives you altitude, it gives you speed, etc. Okay? Whereas ADSB uses an ADSB in and out inside the aircraft. There's actually an ADSB type of transponder inside the aircraft. Uses GPS and then interrogates from the ground with ground stations, which is why sometimes you'll see an aircraft go through mountainous areas. It's disappeared because it's like my watch, a GPS watch. You try setting up your satellite signal, global positioning on your GPS watch inside your house, your GPS hike and run is going to go crazy. It's going to look like zigzag, which is why when aircraft go low level and then come out, you'll see it just do all this zigzag stuff, or not even any lines at all. It's got ADSB in and out. Out is for your data, in is for weather reports for the pilot, etc. The problem is with there's also no times for GPS jamming as well. You have to remember that there is instances, so it's not completely foolproof. So remember, ADSB is different. Beautiful. Big shout out to the ground crew for that wonderful salute and wave. Thank you so much. Lots of roles and trades within an Air Force. Chef, Air Traffic Controller, Communications Squadron, Logistics, Readiness Squadron, Quality Assurance, RAPCON, Law Enforcement, LE, SF, Security Forces, OSI, Whip! Whip! Yeah! Come on! Oh, there's more. Yes! Hook it up. Even the inlets, or aka the intakes, are amazing on the F-15E Strike Eagle. They actually move, and they've got special ramps as well inside. You're most welcome, Donovan Phillips, hope you're well. Simon Watron, Paul M. Hennings, oi oi. Aspen, Alex Blackcat, oi oi to you. Ali Leyland, Argentum, not Captain Weber, Dieter, good luck with your tornado picture, looks brilliant. Big shout out, I know we don't normally do this here, but big shout out to 17 Coningsby Air Cadets, Air Training Corps, for their wonderful post on social media in honour of Ted Coningsby. Love it. It's on their socials, you can follow them on the 17 Squadron Air Cadets. Sergey watching from Switzerland, how you doing? Alan Gates, oi oi to you. Williams, oi oi. EJ Firestorm watching from the USA, how you doing? Arjen, thank you very much. Yeah, bless them. What a lovely thing that is. Oh, where are you going? What's going over there? Reese Moroney, how you doing? Oi oi, hope you're good. We've got Peter Rasmussen from Denmark. Tim Gooch. Alan Burden, how you doing? Wigglesway, Remco. Got Zambia in the house. That's done, that's going back. So the 492nd Fighter Squadron, the Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers. I forgot to mention actually the 495th began life in 1941 as the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, and then I believe they went on to become the 88th Fighter Bomb Squadron, and then changed in 1943 to the 495th. So they're just having their post-taxi checks before takeoff. Big shout out to RABCON as well, RAF Lakenheath's air traffic control. RABCON stands for radar approach control, and they both manage both Lakenheath and Mildenhall. Now Mildenhall is just 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying, and as Mildenhall is a 24-hour base with the stations being close together, both being US Air Force stations, Lakenheath Tower manages both. Runway 10 and 28 at Mildenhall, here 05 and 23. Here we go. Here we go. Guns up. Yes! A wave there from the Wizzo. it's all good here today. Thank you, all of you, for joining us today on our Friday, our last show of the week here at Lakenheath. And it's so amazing to be here on it. I mean, it's not the nicest of weather today, but it's dry-ish. You know, we've had a few spits of rain, but we'll be all right. You know how it is. Funny feeling I can hear a slight bit of Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW100. Hang on, I think I can hear it. Don't know, I can definitely hear Pratt & Whitney's biggest engine in a single fighter. Yeah, I'm going with it. Final answer. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, 100%. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, I can pretty much say we've got F-35As spooling in the distance. It's a very distinctive, slightly higher pitched sound. A little tone, a little higher pitched, constant tone of Pratt & Whitney's masterpiece, the F-135 PW100. Anyway, in the meantime, it's week time. Well, we'll know if I'm right when these go, because let's see how bad my hearing is, or how good it is, or... Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So, you could probably just about hear the sound Yeah, 100%. Oh my goodness me. Sometimes I do surprise myself that amongst all that noise I can hear Pratt & Whitney's amazing, superb engine. Unbelievable. And it's the F-135 PW100. It's 5.59 meters. It's a 3-stage fan with a 6-stage high-pressure compressor. It compresses to 28 times the atmospheric pressure, so it increases the pressure 28 to 1, which is amazing. So 1 bar in, 28 bar squished with a 0.57 to 1 bypass. 28,000 pounds of dry thrust and 43,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. It is amazing. The F-35A with a wingspan of 10.7 meters, that's 35 feet, same as the B, and a length of 15.7 meters, that's 51.4 foot, with a height of 4.4 meters, empty weight just over 29,000, and can take a payload of 18,000. The A variant. The A variant, Mach 1.6 max speed, G rating at +9G as well. It's got 4 internal hardpoints and 6 external. You can fit a missile rail to them and add some goodies on the sides and rams. Let's have a look what we got. Let's have a look at our F-35. Here we go, there's our F-35 here. Oh, I might have to zoom out. There's our F-35 5th generation stealth. It is a multi-role aircraft. It is all that. And it has an arrestor hook as well. And the F-35A is the only one of the 3 main variants with a internal cannon. It's the only one with a cannon. That's how you can quickly tell if it's an A or a B. With this internal cannon here. It's a GAU-22. It's a 25mm cannon, fires 25mm rounds. You can have explosive rounds, etc. Oh, hello, something behind me. It's an F-15. There we go. I was not expecting that one. There we go. So that's our F-35A. Okay, so with we spoke about the internal cannon there. It's if you look at the front, if you look at our F-35B from yesterday, I've got it here, but I haven't got it right now. But if you look at it like that, it's just a bubble canopy from the front. Whereas the F-35B will get a lot more composite and, you know, like almost like it's wearing a hoodie. That's how you can quickly tell. Amazing. It's covered in RAM, that's radar absorbing material. That's all 3 variants have those. The material's patented by Lockheed Martin. It is a special paint with iron particles inside that absorb the radio waves from radar. So if you absorb them, you're not going to give nothing back to radar, because that's basically how radar works. Radio waves sent and it's waiting for them to come back. But if you can take care of that, then you're going to be invisible. But let's face it, that's a misconception. Stealth doesn't really mean invisible. The correct term is radar cross-section, your RCS. This gives back a golf ball, the size of a golf ball. An F-22, or even I think a B-2 is something like a bumblebee. That is amazing. I mean, that won't even register on a radar. Okay, so the way it works, so first of all, you're going to absorb the material. It's made out of carbon composite pretty much, predominantly, so you haven't got a lot of metal radar signature, so you're covered there. The canopy, acrylic, and it's quite rare in opposed to the way the canopy opens. It opens forward, the front hinged canopy. Traditionally, canopies open from the back, right? Open inwards, shall we say, from there, like the Typhoon and F-15E Strike Eagle. They're quite rare. I don't think there's many. I think there's just maybe one that does that. But anyway, so you got that. You got slanted stabilizer. What you don't want is a 90-degree angle. The way radar works, a bit like angle of reflection equals angle of refraction. If you can basically try to diffuse the radar waves, the radio waves, you can see all these serrations. I'll have to show you my B2 that I've got, full of serrations everywhere. And what that does, the radio waves will hit there and then bounce somewhere else. It won't go back to sender. Same design with the nose. The nose is actually not round. It's got a ridge right here from nose point to the start of the intakes or the inlets, and this is a characteristic of stealth fighter jets. You look at all stealth fighter jets. Now, one of the things that people, you know, I see some negative feedback is that, oh, it's only got Mach 1.6. Yeah, there is such thing as loitering time, and the F-35 was designed for loitering, not to go twice the speed of sound. It gets the job done. It can hang around for a long time, called loitering time, unseen, done. Okay, and it's very maneuverable, like you've seen. You want a Stovall variant, you got the F-35B. You want to whack it on a carrier, you got the F-35C. That's the thing. It's absolutely amazing. You've also got the DAR system, 6 infrared night cameras as well, which I can show you a diagram. Everything about it has got all these serrations to bounce off any detection, even on the landing gear, everywhere. It's even got an FOTD. What is that? That's a fiber optic towed decoy, which is over here. A decoy that comes out, and it's a pretend F-35. It's not a blow-up F-35, just in case. Even down to trying to disperse some of the heat created here. What is it? Is it? I always get these two mixed up, and I'm never going to remember it. Is it porcelain inside, or is it ceramic? I can't remember if it's ceramic inside. To hide some of the heat. It's absolutely amazing. White inside, nice and bright white for any issues. Same again with the landing gear, detect any issues. This is your EOTS made out of sapphire. It's clear. My F-35B is clear. My EOTS, that's your electro-optical targeting system. That's your battlefield. That's going to get you. That's going to help you target and see all your targets and your battle space inside, using your that amazing helmet that they've got. They can lock onto targets with the helmet. They can see right through the aircraft. Sapphire, it's clear, it's hard because it's got a Moss scale of hardness. Minerals are with their hardness scale out of 10 on the Moss scale of hardness. Diamond is 10, and sapphire, which is what it's made out of, is 9. So if you bought your loved one any pieces of sapphire, well, you can tell them you've given them a piece of F-35. Just kidding, but there you go. Again, it's got amazing properties using sapphire. You've got your DAS windows there that I can show you in just a moment. Look at that. You ain't gonna go wrong with that, are you? Beautiful. Even the this is always a pain as well, that can create a bit of heat. There's a bit of drag in there that can be detected by radar. Again, they thought about that. There's no real flat surfaces on this thing. It is amazing. Absorbing materials that's coated. Sometimes you'll see the F-35's tint maybe like a purpley blue or a burnt bronze orange. It's to do with the coating that's been applied. It does the same job. There you go. And this is the F-35A, the meanest of them all, the biggest engine. And it's a beautiful aircraft. It is amazing for what it does. For those that want to have a look at the DAS system, I have one here to show you. You know me. I can talk a little bit about the F-35 really quickly. There's the DAS system. They're the little tiny little polygon. They look like mirrors if you catch them at the right light. They're not. They're probably made out of sapphire. I actually do not know what they're made out of, but they're the AN/AAQ376 distributed aperture system. There's infrared sensors day or night for situational awareness. There's one on the left on the port side by the internal ladder. There's 2 on this side, 2 on the top, and I think 1 at the back somewhere. The F-35A is boom stick for air-to-air refueling. The whole point of the DAR system, it creates this 360-degree protection and detection, lock onto SAMs. In fact, that radar-absorbing material can absorb frequencies 0.7 megahertz to 60 gigahertz. So S400, sorry mate, you're not going to be able to get it. Continuous tracking, so it's locked onto cars, planes, and it fuses with other F-35s as well. This is a little bit about the serrations. Look, if it was flat, thank you very much, I can see you. Boeing 747 gives back a radar cross-section of 100 meters squared. You and I, 1 meter squared. And this, with the serrations, look, the radio waves are just going to go everywhere. They're not going to go back. A little bit more the nose there. If it was like a Typhoon's nose, to catch it right, it will go back. F-16, not very good here. A 90-degree angle, gonna get you. The intakes, it's best to have them on the side for a lower radar cross-section. And if you ever look at the F-35 in a bit more detail, you'll notice about the boundary layer that I speak about. It has a very clever design. It's got these bulges, these contours on the inside. Let me have a look. Let's have a look. It's my model. Yeah, there you go. I don't know if you can just about see that. That's for the boundary layer. Very similar to the TSR2. It had something like that, you know. That was pretty clever. That was pretty clever. Woo, yeah. Oh, Sunny D. Guards march to you, man. Wicked. Yeah, have a good flight, mate. Enjoy. New York. Guards march. We'll get you a guards march. Don't you worry about that. Sunny D there. Off to New York. Sunny D. Guards march. Have a safe flight. Dee 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 dee. Sunny D. Have a good one, man. And also Lilo double flight, Free Orion 3-3, a high 5, Paul Pump and a guards march. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships earlier. Dee 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 dee. And that was earlier today as well. Cosmos 231, high 5, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Graham Avis 6105, high 5, nice one, thanks for joining the TCS Posh Officers. Alistair Goodwin, high 5, guards march, thank you for joining the Posh Officers. Richie B, nice one, thank you for being a member for 19 months, loving the amazing community, long live Ted, thank you very much. Margot Baxter, thanks for the super sticker. Chris Baxter, thanks for being a member for 16 months. Amanda Vincent, high 5, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. John Parrott, not the snooker player, 14 months membership. Oi oi everybody, thanks Ted and Nikos. Brian Acosta, guards march, thank you very much for the super. Ali Leyland, guards march, thank you for the super. Scorcher with 28 months membership, and Simon Watchorn, high 5, guards march. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Following the trend is Tim Gooch, high 5, guards march, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards march to Dieter Gikiera for all those great streaming effort and camera work from TCS that we've had this year. Ready for great action in 2026. Guards march to you, Dieter. Guards march for wee Stevie Boy. Big shout out to the United States Air Force in Europe, ground crews and all the other base staff. Well said. Heather Postlethwaite, high 5, guards march. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And Babzar, high 5. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. So very, very soon. Now again, this is a 5th generation, latest and greatest, most advanced at the moment fighter in the world. And the thing is with stealth, there's a lot that you can do to help. One, try to make it not look like an aircraft. Okay, we'll try. One, you want to keep your engines and intakes not underneath. You want to, if you can, try and get your engines on the top. Maybe a bit tricky. Or is it? Try to get rid of a stabilizer, okay, and try to have a lot of serrations. How are you going to do that? Well, this is the answer. There's our B2. Look at this. So just to give you an idea, again, radar absorbing material. This is the B2 Spirit. Again, keeping the heat on the top. You're never going to get detected. Remember what I said, radar is upwards. It's trying to detect stuff. You ain't got a hope. And not only that, you've made the whole thing serrated. Look at this. It's got wing rudders as well. And it has the power. So it doesn't have a rudder, doesn't have a stabilizer, okay, but it has wing rudders. But it also, it's got differential outputs for the engine, which means they can work independently. All right, it is fly-by-wire, of course, but the power to control it from moving too much left and right through yaw and turbulence, the engines disperse different power. It's done automatically. Pilot doesn't have to worry about it. It is an absolute, I mean, there's serrations everywhere. There's radar absorbing tape that you can see just about. The light isn't brilliant here at the moment, but the whole thing is just been designed to become invisible pretty much. It is an absolutely amazing piece of kit. About the size of a pea or a bumblebee, if that. That's all. It gets the job done invisibly, and it's gone. No afterburners. Doesn't go supersonic. Just like, you know, think about the F-35. Loitering time. Lots of combat radius there. Big range. Doesn't need to go twice the speed of sound. It's there if it needs it. And it gets the job done. It's just one massive serrated piece of object, isn't it? Amazing. Simon G, thank you so much for your super chat. Oi oi Nikos, Ted, Mods and everyone. Thanks for a great year of viewing. Hope to see you next year. Yeah, you too, man. It's been a while, man. Bama fan has asked if I've seen a B2. Have I? It nearly ripped my head off. Yes. It was a race against time to get from Brize Norton to Fairford, and I did manage to get one landing, yes. And we got a video of it. You can put in B2 on our channel and you'll see it. Big Al, how you doing? Colin, Dieter, Alex Raven, not Captain Weber, Aspen, what up? More F-15 started up. Okay, here they come. F-35s on their way. Taxiing now. Amazing. To think the very first aircraft that was here towards the end of 1940 into 41 was the Vickers Wellington bomber with number 20 operational training unit. It was a mix of Stirlings and Wellingtons that were here. Number 20 operational training unit came here for a short period of time. Take a £4,500 payload. The Vickers Wellington, a twin-engine bomber, started life with the Pegasus engines, Bristol Pegasus, and eventually went on to use the 1500 horsepower Bristol Hercules engines and had a good reputation. The RAF's most produced bomber of the Second World War, 11,461 or 62 if you count the prototype. Amazing, absolutely amazing. And now this. Look at this. Here comes trouble. EOR. Of them. Look at them. Woo, yeah. Point Charlie, here we go. Taxiing speed is about 11 miles per hour. really need any special shred on the tyres. They're not like cars that go around corners at 100 miles per hour. They just have these special straight lines, maybe about 4 or 6 lines. That's all they need. And that's for the water, for wet runways to pass through. Filled with welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. Hope we're well, hope we're good. There are more, don't go anywhere just yet. We've still got more to come out. By the sound of it, it's full on send today. Well, I hope you're all good and enjoying the show, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. The weather does look like it's about to... oh, here we go. And I can hear more F-35s in the distance, so well, there could be another wave of F-35s. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Here we go, what have we got? Trouble, more of them. Laser Tech, how you doing as well? Sue W, thank you as well. Lots of guards marches coming up a little bit later on. Jimmy G, Recordisk, Sneaky Josh, Sue W, how you doing? Jenny B, Simon G as well. Colin N, Strubrick, how you doing? Grant Mull.
With the birds.
Get it? Synchro. going to go because you can only fit 6. So it'll go and come back, I think. We're going to do a Mexican wave there. go. Last two. I'm alright, I've actually got some, but thank you, it's very kind of you. I was just about to go and grab a cuppa, but I've got some. Thank you, it's very kind of you.
Hiya, you alright?
Just I enjoy watching your videos.
Thank you very much.
What have you done with Ted? Is he? He's hiding away.
He's here for a minute.
Is
Yeah,
he?
he's
Yeah.
so busy. He hasn't been on much.
Yeah. I hope his hat hasn't blown away
No,
too much.
not yet, not yet.
When do you think you'll be posting today's activity?
It's already on. It's live.
Is it all right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's live right now.
Yeah, we're on holiday out to Norfolk. So, yeah. Catch that later on. Is this quite unusual for a Friday here?
It's quite. I don't know. It used to be half a day, but it's not anymore.
Yeah.
But you'll get days where they'll just do a quick morning.
Yeah.
This time of year, they'll normally finish up later due to the light. There's not much of it, but they'll. No, you're right. Look. I think it is. Yeah, there is. Yeah. There we go. Yes. Well, enjoy and have a good time.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed.
You too. Okay, so we've got an F-15 just coming in now. Bit of sunshine just coming through, which is quite nice. Lakenheath is a place where you can't even have a cup of tea. It has its moments. I remember the days where we used to have this long break of about an hour or maybe more of you know, the first wave back, and then this long break. Don't seem to get that as much anymore. I mean, not saying we don't get them at all, but maybe because we're here on a Friday. Hunter DF2, thank you very much for your kind words. Thank you for all your aircraft coverage throughout the year. It's very much appreciated. Thank you. It's been a really extremely good year, and a year that we hit a 100k as well, 100,000 subscribers. It's been absolutely amazing. So Leslie Nagy. So the concept that the F-15 as an aircraft had its first flight in 1972 as the F-15A. The actual airframe itself that we're seeing today, they're not. And the way you can tell, it's quite clever. If you want to know the serial number along with the year of the aircraft, of its the year that it was put into production, you'll see a lot of 91 as well here, and 90s, and well, that's quite sharp light, isn't it? That's not going to work out. So the good thing about the US Air Force aircraft is the fact that not only do these serial numbers are useful for those that like to collect serial numbers, but they also tell you the year that the aircraft was put into production. So if you can see there, 0156 in small, you've got the 86. So the full serial number of this aircraft, this is an example, is 860156. Now, what does that mean? Well, it tells you that this airframe was put into production in its fiscal year of 1986. So when you see 91134 Ted's Jet 134, you know that that airframe was put into production in 1991. But the concept of the F-15, its first flight, was in 1972. All right, so just to give you that thought. So that's quite useful. That's with all the US Air Force, and they go up numerically. All right, that the digits of, what was that one? 0156. The next one will be 157, 158. Not necessarily an F-15, but whichever aircraft of the US will be designated in that order. So if it was an F-16, the next one will be 0157. Again, you'll put the fiscal year, so that way you'll never get the same number. Very clever, very simple, but effective. Sure, I can do that. Hi, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Good.
I'll just say thank you very much for your streaming.
Oh, you're welcome.
Because we're down the other end.
Oh, right. So you can see what's going on,
and
yeah?
there's loads of people that are the same. So.
Nice, nice. It's got one F-15 coming into land, or is it an F-35? It's got two.
One of them's got a right engine shut down.
Okay.
Something to do with fire.
Oh.
Right down the back. One of them shut down their right engine.
Okay. Now, this is why they train. I mean, it can fly with one wing.
Yeah.
No. You can see the nozzles there, one open, one closed. Look at that, landing with just one engine. Jet, just making sure it's all good. And there's one around. If you're fortunate enough to fly in a formation, one of your fellow aircraft will come and supervise you all the way home for safety as well, and also for inspection as well. So anything from landing gear issues to having a quick inspection of the ordnance from underneath. We've seen that a few times. So someone's asking about runway numbers. Well, this is good. Well, let me just let me see if I can sort something out for you and explain it in the Ted Coningsby style. Right, so as you know, the planet Earth has gravity, as I've just found out now, as my book has just fallen on the van. And as you know, the planet is made up of electromagnetic all sorts, and iron electromagnetic field. And we've got a magnetic north, and if you get an OS map, you'll also see some blue lines as well, called the geographic north, and also the north lines as well. But you've also got true north and magnetic north, right? So you get a compass. Someone's asked about runway numbers, and here's the compass here. I've got my good old compass, and we've got a runway, or have we got a runway? Now, of course, compasses, which aircraft do have a traditional compass, they are always pointing to magnetic north. If you know where magnetic north is, then you'll work out where south is. So if you're familiar with the bezel and the orientating lines, there you go. Right, so we're going to keep this simple. And the way you do it, the runway numbers actually are directions of travel. There's 360 degrees on a compass. Now I want you to realise the difference between 01 and 19, runway 02 and 20. I want you to know the difference between the numbers between 05 and 23. There's 18. I want you to remember that. Now, I've got myself pocket Mildenhall over here. So, let's explain how runway numbers are given. Here we go. There's our runway down there, pocket Mildenhall. We've got our F-15E 15C. There's runway 10 and runway 28. Same concept, difference of 18. What you do, it is direction of travel. I'm going to match my compass up there. Right, I'm going to cheat a little bit because I'm going to pretend I got the bearings. Right, you take a bearing, and you could do this with your kids at home. You can get you can find out what you can draw a runway and find out what runway number, or what runway number is your driveway, etc. Right, so we take a bearing. All right, I've got 282 degrees. I'm going to cheat and just pretend it's 282 degrees. All you've got to do is round it off to the nearest 10. The nearest 10 of 282 degrees is 280. Then you take off the last digit, leaving you 28. Now I'm going to go to the other side. I'm going to take another compass bearing. The bearing I've got here pretend I did that. I've got 12 degrees. 12. Round it off to the nearest 10 is 10. You are now famous. You've just been on my show.
Sorry.
No, you're good. No, you're all right. Autographs for that man. Oh, someone else is going in for the mix. Hey. That's how you keep the place tidy. You put it in the bin. Right. Yeah, round it off the nearest 10. There you go. Did you see that? Sorry. Hang on, I'm going to start again. Sorry. You take the compass bearing. Okay, so I got 102. Okay, round it off the nearest 10 is 100. Take off the last digit is 10. All right, so again, 282 degrees, round it off the nearest 10. Okay, leaves you 280. Take off the last digit is 28. And then on this one I got 102. Sorry, not 12 by the way, it's 102. Round it off the nearest 10 is 100. Take off the last digit is 10. There you go. It is literally direction of travel, and that's how you do it, ladies, gents, teddy bears. However, magnetic north changes all the time. Now I use an OS map, and when I'm doing my little walks to I say little 20 milers across Dartmoor, I always wondered when I was younger, why do they give loads of different versions of the same map? I mean, that boulder hasn't moved. Well, look at this. Now, can you see I don't know if you can see it very well, but the needle's moving. Maybe I'll do that. I'm pretending this is now magnetic north. Now, we said 102 degrees, didn't we? What if it went to 106, 106 degrees, and, the nearest 10 then, it will be 110, okay? So you round it off the nearest 10, so that's 110. And then take off the last digit, leaving you 11. So our runway 10 has now become runway 11. But you pronounce runway numbers individually, so it's runway 28. It's not runway 28 or runway 10, it's runway 10. Okay, so the opposite end of 282 degrees that we had went to 286. Okay, so if runway 28 was suddenly, we did another measurement, because magnetic north changes all the time. There's a special website and you can check. Okay, and if it changed to 286 degrees, the nearest 10 is now 290. Okay, take off, round it off, it's 290, round it off, take away the last digit, leaving you 29. It's always a difference of 18, because you've gone 180 degrees the other way. It's relative to the direction of travel. Now, another question I get asked is, why don't they just call it runway 282? It will sound like a level heading, so speed 21, turn left heading 282 degrees. 282 runway or 282 degrees. It's to stop confusion. Okay, now here's the thing, when it comes to maps, I know it might not sound a lot, that 3 degrees, it can tip it off to another runway number. If you were going 3 degrees, okay, and you were traveling 10 miles, 3 degrees, you'll be about 3,000 feet out. It's about 300 feet per 1 nautical mile, roughly. So that's how severe it is. So the more north you are, so let's take Canada for example, their magnetic north changes. The more north you are, the worse it is. And they've actually gone to a route of just keeping true north. All right, true north are those blue lines. We've come up with our own imaginary version, but it's always changing. It's always changing, and that's why I use this. The silver compasses, because you can add the magnetic declination. All right, so I hope that made sense. They are literally directions of travel. Take a bearing, 282 degrees I've got down there, round it off the nearest 10 is 280, take off the last digit to 8, and same again with this one. I've got 102, round it off the nearest 10 is 100, take away the last digit, leaving you 10. That's how runway numbers are given, and that's why runway numbers change, because of magnetic north. Come back next year and you'll get a different bearing. It might be 283. If it is 283, it's still fine. 284, okay. If it's 285 and 286, they do have the option on 285, but literally 285, 286 will push it to runway 29. All right, hope that made sense. There's my pocket Mildenhall. I call it pocket Mildenhall because it's got 28 and 10, which is in relation to Mildenhall's runways. All right, there's a lot of scrubbing. They do change the runway numbers, and The font there is universal to all runways. The other question is, what would happen? Here's a good one. There are airports with two parallel runways. I'll explain. So if you had two parallel runways, which airports do, we will have 28L, you'll have a letter L next to it, and 28R, and then the opposite end will be 10L and 10R. But wait a minute, there are some airports with 3 parallel runways. Well, 28L, 28C, and 28R. On the other side, 10L, 10C for centre, and 10R. But wait, I think it's LA, Los Angeles, they've got 4 parallel runways. Well, you're gonna have to cheat. One's gonna have to be 28 true to the magnetic north, and the other one is gonna have to be something like 29. You're gonna have to cheat, because otherwise you're gonna have a few problems. There we go, hope that made sense of what you can do. So basically, if you were to have your aircraft, basically the level heading of that aircraft is pointing of somewhat 230 degrees, okay, because it's runway 23. Opposite end, again, it'll be something like 50 degrees. Why? Because it's called runway 05. I hope that made sense. There you go. David Robinson. So yeah, so that was put into production in 1941, correct? Okay, I can't remember what airport it is. It was off the top of my head. But there you go. There is an airport with 4 runways. Are you sure LAX doesn't have 4 parallel runways? Yeah, sorry, fire picks, incorrect. LAX has 4 parallel runways, my friend. Sorry about that, but it does. There you go. So LA has 6L, 6R, 7L and 7R. There you go. So has 4 parallel. Yeah, there you go. I thought I was going mental then. Well. There you go. There's runway numbers sorted tech Coningsby style. Now you know. So we'll play a little game, and you could do this with the kids, man. You could do this with the kids, right? Have a look at this. So if the catwalk, there's more coming out, is there? If the catwalk was a runway, for example, let's just match that up. Sorry about this. It's really hard to do. I've just got to match my north, but because, okay, we're going to call it there. Okay, I've got, hang on, let me just take that. I've got 341 degrees. There you go. So round it off to the nearest 10. So if the catwalk will be runway 34. Hey, how about that, hey? How good is that? Do you like that? So that's runway 34. So the opposite end will take a bearing. It'll be 161 degrees. Round it off, nearest 10 is 160. So it's runway 16. So the catwalk will be 16 and 34. Hey, how about that? Hey, I like that. And you can do that with the kids if you've got a driveway. Just get a little compass and, or how about drawing some runways? Don't do what I did when I was about 5 years old. My dad bought me a sketch pad, and I told him, Dad, I'm going to draw the biggest runway in the world. So I got my felt tip pens, started doing a few squiggles, but the sketch pad wasn't big enough. But the wall looked good. I know. The living room wall looked brilliant. So off I went, started drawing on the living room wall, but the wall wasn't big enough. I went outside, furniture store, all over the furniture that was outside. The lady went mental as standard, and to find the culprit, all she had to do was follow the lines. It's like one of those games where you got to find, you know, you got to find where this pipe goes to, whatever. Well, I know she found me, and my dad wasn't too pleased. So the F-35s are using the ILS, the Instrument Landing System, and as it's approaching 2-3, it will be using, there are two elements to the ILS. The glide slope, this does your altitude, it's set to 3 degrees. 3 degree is the steepness of the angle, a safety point to land, and for here it's 3 degrees. 3 degrees is quite common. 3 degrees, it's a safe level. If you're in mountainous areas, maybe you need to increase. I think London City Airport is something like 5 points. So it may not sound a lot, but it does. It is excessive. So that does your height. So you can land using these special frequencies at ascent. And then the second part, and let me get is the localizer. This does the lateral, but for runway 23, it's all the way down the other end. But I'll show you all those in just a moment. I'll show you evolution of beam technology. So this is the localizer, but this is the localizer for 05. It's at the opposite end, and this does your lateral. Look at those antennas to guide the aircraft, so make sure they're on the center line. So when you hear, have you established the localizer? That is it. But for 2-3, it's at the other end. are instrument flight rules, using instruments to help guide a pilot safely through filthy weather, or basically not very good weather, or low visibility. So the localizer for 2-3 is down the other end, because obviously it's got a point towards us. I can't remember if we found it. That there, my friends, oh dear, that's the emergency one over there. Hope it's all good. That landed with one engine. That antenna there, that's your glide slope antenna. That is for 0-5, but the localizer for 2-3 is down the other end. It's down the opposite. So the localizer for 0-5 then is here. This is what a localizer looks like. There it is. That does your lateral, your left and rights, but you got to get yourself in the center line. So you got left and right, and then you got the up and down. However, let's have a look at a bit of history with that. We need to go to Germany for that, because there was a thing called the Battle of the Beams, my friends. I know. Look at this. Battle of the Beams. I know I'm going off tangent, but I want you to understand how amazing it all was. So this was called the Lorenz beam, and this is what Tempelhof, and this is what radar technology, the likes of Holzmeier, and then you've got our very own Robert Watson Watt, and you've also got Dr. Reginald Jones. The Battle of the Beams. This is what was going on. And what's interesting, the beam approach beacon system, or blind approach beacon system, you've got beams, you've got all sorts of early ILS right here. They're all going to be starting to come back now. They're all using the ILS at the moment. See, the pilot has used the ILS to get there like that. And if you were to draw a line, if you had 4 F-35s or a mixed aircraft using the ILS here for 2-3, you could almost draw a line as they come in. I'm just showing you the earliest of beams, and just really quickly so you can understand ILS a little bit more. If I can find it again. And all it was beams that were short-circuited in a way, in a Morse code. It was sent with frequencies using a Morse code. You got the dot, 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 dash, dash, dash. Dash is for left, or actually dash is for right. Sorry, I'm going this way. There's our ME-110s coming in, and then dot, 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 and then you got dash, dash. So it's constantly triggering itself. What you got to understand, if this aircraft was over here, they'll just hear dots because it's constantly moving. If the pilot was too far to the right, they'll just hear dashes. Okay, but if you meet them in the middle, On the centre line, it's one complete tone, which was called the equi signal. So the pilot can just tune in and it will just go doo. So if the pilot started to veer off to the left, you'll start to hear the dot, dot, dot. If you can't hear any dashes, you've gone way too far to the left. Does that make sense? Until you make it one complete signal. Now, that was the earliest of ILS. Now, here's ILS in its true form. So this is the localizer, all right? That's the thing that way over there, all right? This is sending a frequency to the right of the center line with 150 hertz. It's using radio frequencies. And then to the left of the center line is 90 hertz. What does that all mean? Well, if you were to paint this block here, this beam yellow and this beam blue, the way it would work is that this line is green, okay? But there isn't such thing. There is, an ILS has an ID code as well in Morse code. So a pilot, especially with Mildenhall and Lakenheath being close together, they'll listen in Morse code. It still exists. So there you go. So that is what it looks like in the pilot's display, the PFD. So these diamonds, look, it's got to be, look, too far to the left if the diamond's over there. So those diamonds represent the center line. And there's more startups. Goodness me, I'm not going home. Diagram right now, but I do have one somewhere. But this is doing the same sort of thing, sending frequencies to the PFD, to the aircraft, because they do need to connect to it, and there are actually various distances that they can lock onto. I do have them somewhere, but this is what the pilot is seeing really quickly on the display. So there's our localizer. So if we have a look, this is for the localizer. There's the center line. Well, it's meant to be, but the center line is here, all right? And it's all about opposites. So basically this says the pilot is too far to the right, too far to the left. So the pilot needs to pitch to the right. If the diamond is here, okay, that means you're too high. You are way too high. You need to bring the nose, you need to get lower, all right? So that's how ILS works. So if this diamond was over here, you're then too far to the right. Just a quick introduction anyway. On the PFD, all opposites. So if the diamond on the screen is way to the left, you're too far to the right. That is your center line. If the diamond is sky high, you are too low. You are way too low. You need to get back up there now. ILS glide slope is about 315 feet per nautical mile. That's what you're looking at. So 10 miles out, you're looking at about 3,000 feet. I did some Pythagoras theorem. So from the glide slope then, if you were to 3 degrees, if you were to go up, so 1 nautical mile out there, the pilot, I mean, to be exact, is about 318 feet. per nautical mile, but we're going to round it to 300. So if the pilot is 2 nautical miles out, they should be around just over 600 feet. If they were 3 miles out, 900 feet, 4 miles out, 1200 feet, etc. So that's why that glide slope antenna is important. Okay, I hope that made a bit more sense anyway. So they're all starting to come back now, and it's been a good day. We've been, I'll tell you what, I must confess, we've been a bit lucky with the weather. So if I quickly pan this round, you might be able to get a good, that's a shame, there was 2 in the frame. But yeah, there'll be a perfect line that you can follow, the glide path with this. Land on their rear landing gear. The noses, even when they're flying, you'll notice the angle of attack, the nose is always pointing upwards, and that's for lift. You may notice that, you may have not. You don't really get aircraft landing on the front nose gear, and that's to control the speed, the lift. The landing gear plays a major part anyway, slowing down the aircraft, creating drag. Pilot's setting all the flaps and all that kind of... I'm not a pilot, so I can't go into too much detail because I probably wouldn't have a clue. But I've got an idea of how it all works. Now this is going to be a very different approach here. And for our civilian fans, I thought I'd draw something civilian. I know. Let the side down. There you go, I thought I'd draw this. Look at that, eh? Do you like that one? What do you think of that? Is that a DC-10? Look at it. Look at that, eh? And that just shows, look, the nose always up, but forget the landing side of it. When it's floating around in the skies, yeah, nose is always up to land, and then of course you've got the flare, but and then you've got other elements and aspects. But there you go, just a quick little drawing. I might actually sell this one, put it in the auction for next year. Just a quick sketch that I put together. I'll tell you what took me 2 hours was this. I know I've been promising, I know it's not. Just really quickly, I'll just show you the EJ200 engine. It took 2 hours to get all this. It's like a cross section of the EJ200 engine. That took 2 hours to get all the detail in there. Have a clue. Thanks, Rich. MD11. Thank you. I wouldn't have a clue, man. about the civilian aircraft. I ain't got a clue. Look like a KC-10. There you go. That's how bad I am with civilian aircraft. I'll just stick to military. MD11. Thanks, Rich. Richard Brown sending in the exact there. Did say, I'm pretty sure it said, well, depends what info. ATIS, I'm pretty sure it said patterns closed, with the exception of that emergency, the supervisionary jet. That was, you know, but it wasn't really like a circuit or anything. That was like an emergency supervisionary approach there. Might be able to see this in effect. Let's have a look. So can you see, well, there's, so you can almost draw a straight line, well, not straight line, but from the glide slope that we've just shown you, the way they're using that ILS, it's instrument landing system. It's amazing. And just to think from that that beam approach, that beam system that I showed you just then, all the way dating back from the 30s. That was Berlin's airport, Tempelhof, sorry. Busy day today, which is good. Fletch, I might have to, yeah, I could do over Christmas, you know. I did say I'd love to do it. Yeah, I'd love to do it. I mean, I'm doing my best. That's what you gotta do. I mean, what else have we got on here? I mean, I can't wait to show you this at Coningsby, the EJ200 engine and how it works, and I've got all the details there. I've cut inside it, and I thought I'd cut even in half the high pressure compressor. I've been having a little chat about how it all works with a few nice people. I've got the Rolls-Royce MTU Avio Aero and ITP Aero, the 4 composites that make up the Eurojet, and I wrote down what they actually make as well, so we get to know, and the airflow, pretty much all of it, how it works. Look how, I want you to understand how big this reheat section is, where the Typhoon really gets that 30% increase in power, and yet look how small it is. It's absolutely impressive. 3.98 meters. That's 13 feet, man. That is amazing. But there you go, that's our Eurojet engine. What else is there? There's more coming. Yeah, today is definitely a day that I can't go into too much history. It's got to be little bite-sized portions of stuff, but I'll do my best. I'm not, you know, at the end of the day, I took a subject 4 years ago, knew nothing about, couldn't tell you any of this, couldn't even tell you what this is. I didn't even know what a Typhoon was, you know. I thought the Red Arrows just get in a red jet, start flying around, there they go. But obviously that is not true. Other elements, the PAPI lights, which I can go into detail. I've got drawings of them. Those black boxes with the yellow circle, that's where the arrestor cable is. What they call in the military world the buck system. Actually, it might even be in the US, but it stands for barrier arrestor kit. There it is. You know, and this is just the aviation side. You know, then we've got RAPCON over there, the legends that are RAPCON, radar approach control, communication squadrons, and RAPCON. I mean, that's just another skill right there. The emergency services, RAF Lakenheath Fire Department since 1941. We've got the secondary surveillance radar. How you doing? The SSR connects with the Type S transponder, giving all the data. That's a typical secondary surveillance radar with that rectangular bit. What's that, 6 seconds for one full resolution? Oh, that box there, actually, hang on a minute. That box there, for those that are interested, so anything yellow is anything to do with the taxiway, right? So can you see the dashes and then the thick solid lines? This means that you can go through. This means you don't need to wait. But if you were coming on the other side, you would need to stop. Does that make sense? So these lines are drawn on the ground. We can't actually see them. If you were coming, so the aircraft coming this way, have you noticed the F-35s or other aircraft, they stop about there, right? Because of those solid lines. They need clearance to proceed. Whereas if you were taxiing back, you can go ahead and proceed. You don't need to wait for clearance on that, only when there's solid lines. Hope that makes sense. That's what that box is good for. Yeah, I think BAK is generic, isn't it? BAK. That's actually a BAK 12. Barrier Arrestor Kit 12. There is, oh gosh, this is going to get me now. Is BAK 13 the netting? The arresting kit is like a netting. Then you got BAK 14, which I think goes underground. So if you have a look, the BAK 12 has these boxes, these KFC boxes, and this hydraulic system is tensed. Yeah, I know, it's quite dangerous really if you think about it. So you need to be, you know what you're doing and have all the safety regulations with that. But that is a big wheel tensing from one side to the other. You'll see the other one, there it is. And they're positioned by these little yellow circles in a box, right? But there's another system that goes underground, I think, where you have this system underneath. I think it's a BAK 14, but they obviously have a BAK 12. They got 4 cables in total, 2 on this end and then 2 at 0.5. I'll tell you what, someone just mentioned windsock. Okay, here we go. Windsocks are there for a nice quick guide. Have you ever wondered, of course we don't have this here, but have you ever wondered why they're striped white and red usually? Well, there are rings in here, and that basically tells the pilot in 5 miles per hour intervals. So on the first ring, it will be 5 miles an hour. On the second ring, so if it was white and then red, it'll be 10 miles an hour. Basically, there are five sections. At full pelt, if this was completely horizontal, it's 25 miles an hour. The pilot can also see if it's gusting winds, where it's quickly rising up here and there sporadically. There you go. So there's a bit of info about windsocks. So a pilot can look at it. On ATIS, especially at ATC, they'll go wind 160 at 10. That means it's the direction, so 160 degrees. At 10 means it's 10 miles per hour. So you can see, look, it's almost at 2 rings there. So that's quite accurate. Well, it's done in knots, actually, to be exact, from ATC. So wind at 160 means is the wind is blowing 160 degrees. So what's that? Just south, slightly east, southeast-ish. And then you've got the speed given in knots. So it's pretty accurate, isn't it? So halfway would be what? 12.5 miles per hour, something like that? No, 50, I don't know, 13 and a bit? Or 12, was I right with 12.5? Yeah, I was right with 12.5, there we go, yeah. So more F-35. So looks like this is it then, ladies and teddy bears. Everything just all coming back home, ready for the weekend, and I hope you all have the best weekend ever. I hope you want to wish you all the greatest of weekends. Been a good one, been a good one. I'm a fan. Thank you very much. It's been a while. I mean, I don't really speak about the back 13 and the back 14. Sorry, back 12. Yes, because we have it here. But thanks for the info. Really appreciate that. So it is a cable. Thank you. So is back 13 the net? Because you get that, I think Leeming have got that, haven't they? There's a lot of startups. I can hear loads more. Surely they can't be going again. See, that's called aero braking. Look, just creating drag. The purpose of that is to take the stress off that braking system and really the front nose gear. Look at that. Thank you very much. So you can hear loads of startups, man. They're going off quite intermittently, haven't they? That's F-15 startups, that is. Crew bus. We might actually get another sortie at this rate. certainly been one of the busy days here at Lakenheath. It's been a cracking day. I hope you've all enjoyed it as well. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that. The burger van is still there. Yes, it is. Ted's looking all good and glamorous in his, look at him there now. And Grant Mull, thank you very much for your 6 months milestone, Guards March. Greetings from South Africa. Great to be here as always. Thank you very much, Guards March. Stubrick with 29 months membership added. A happy weekend to all Av Geeks and Teddy Bears. Nicely said. Well done, Guards March. Colin N, Guards March, thanks for the super chat. Simon G, high five. Thank you for that super chat there. Oi oi Nikos, Ted Mods and everyone. Thanks for a great year of viewing. Hope to see you next year. Thank you for that. Very generous. Simon G as well with a 32-month milestone. Thanks everyone for the kind words. You're most welcome, man. Jenny B, thank you very much. Happy Freak Day, Guards March, thanks for the super. Recordesk, thank you as well for the super. Sue W with 17 months membership, thank you. And Sneaky Josh with 5 months, who's put oi oi. Recordesk, thank you very much for the super. Jimmy G with 26 months membership, worth every penny, thank you very much in the Guards March. We've got Sue W, high five, Paul Pump for that amazing generosity. 5 Ted Coningsby memberships gifted, thank you very much for making 5 new members. Laser Tech 02 following that trend, high five Paul Pump and a Guards March for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships as well. Joining us is Paul Melling. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, a high five Guards March. Keith Locke joining us as well, high five Guards March, thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Leslie Booth with 26 months membership. I hope Ted has a Christmas woolly for cold days out. He's got his fur, yeah, and his scarf. High five, Paul Pump, Guards March 2, Mark Moody, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Josh Bryce, member for 17 months as well. Good afternoon, thank you for 17 months. Thank you as well. And Alan Q, thanks for the super sticker, Guards March. But we're going to have to call it a day at some point. Thank you, Sergey, for that. Sergey from Switzerland. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed it. He's put bye-bye, everyone, and thank you very much, Nikos and Ted, for a nice video today. Best regards, Merry Christmas. Bless your heart. Thanks to all the new subscribers as well today. Welcome, and all the new members as well. Welcome to the show. I mean, you can hear that lovely, lovely Pratt & Whitney engine. Here come 2 more F-35s. The channel is climbing high. We've gone over 120.5k. That is amazing. Oh, thanks a lot, man. Yeah, I was here before sunrise and just setting up and waiting and just seeing what could happen, and here I am. Yeah, it is a heck of a day. It is a ride. Oh yeah. I'll be taxiing back. See ya. Deal. There's the AWCU. Oh, what a day we've had. Plenty of departures today. It's been incredible. We're just gonna stay put, just see what else is gonna happen. Don't think I've been on the show today, but welcome. Hope you're all good. There's our, gotta get the old ball in there. There we go. Ted, bro, mate. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. What a day it's been. Just having a look behind me. It's just been non-stop today for a Friday, but then it starts late, finishes late, that kind of thing. Burger Van's shut now. But yeah, we are in the official viewing area, and it's so nice to be able to have this here. It's really amazing. It's such a privilege to be able to have it. Fits plenty of cars. It's away from the main road as well. There is a road leading to the viewing area where you can park if it is in those occasions where it does get quite busy and full, but still park legally and sensibly. And where the Burger Van is, there is a road that goes through, but it is a private road, so please don't go beyond there. All right, Burger Van end. It's not a crash gate, but there is a to the left there is a gate that's an entrance and exit used for the base, please do not block that under circumstances. It is written on there clearly. Again, you will be told to move by the authorities, or so please don't block that. And there are crash gates dotted about. Again, please don't block them with your vehicles or your ladders, things like that. It goes for all the bases, not just here. But yeah, be mindful of that road. There is a private road, so don't drive down there. Yeah, I mean, it's just brilliant. We haven't got toilets here, unfortunately, but we do have bins. We always say bring a bag so you can put your rubbish in case it just flies out again. It's really good to keep the base safe and tidy as well. It's amazing. But what a day we've had, Ted. Ted's enjoyed it. Yeah, it's amazing. It really is an amazing day that we've had. Just trying to work out if that is it for now. I mean, I heard loads of startups. What's going on at the EOR? And sometimes they'll hot pit refuel and then just go back and shut down. They don't always. Hot pit refueling is it's not all. It doesn't always lead to a departure. All right, so do bear that in mind. Unfortunately, but hey, that's the way it is. I mean, we've been fortunate enough with. Yeah, I haven't been on today, have I? I think that might be us done. I think that could be us done. How you doing, man? All right? Yeah, you good? I don't know. Huh? That was a lot, yeah. But there's no info on that, nothing. But there has been a lot of engine. What F-15s you mean? Yeah,
F-15.
Yeah, there's loads.
Yeah,
which I thought, oh, they must be going up again, but
didn't know if any clearance went again in the afternoon.
Yeah.
They've gone for now. They're flying lots for another, so.
no, but it's better than what it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be worse. But yeah, we've been lucky. We didn't get that much rain.
We went down the bottom end.
Yeah.
Along the local climates.
Yeah. They did disappear quite quickly, actually.
So,
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. About half 10, I think we started. It's quite a big. Yeah, it's quite a long day. One of the.
time do you get in?
6.
Yeah.
Just before 8, 8, like 7 in here, just to set up. Yeah, it's pretty there was loads. It was some
Yeah,
good action.
yeah.
I heard on 80s there was no patterns were closed.
Ah, that's why they couldn't watch that, isn't it?
Patterns were closed on 80s, with the exception of that emergency one.
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, it came in with one engine running. Yeah, well, did well, and then its supervising jet went round.
That was earlier on, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was pretty cool. I was like, I'll have a look at the nozzles. You know, one was open and one was shut. So I shut that down. So still, they got to do what they got to do, and that's what they trained for, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's
So,
good.
next week.
I need to do the Reds before they finish up. I think everything finishes up next week,
Things
doesn't it?
don't, do they?
They usually take a week extra, don't they? Or right
Yeah,
before
it's
Christmas.
second.
I think so. I think the Monday. Like,
Third.
yeah, about that.
Used to fly between Christmas and New Year, about 10 years ago. Yeah, quite often. They did it regularly. And then they've changed command and they stopped doing it around 2016, 2017, about last year. And they stopped doing it. I suppose the problem was, they went up one day, I come down, it was fogged in, they got airborne. And they were trying to get Mara to open.
Oh, I see where
Mara
this
was
is
going
going.
to open, but they went to Spag instead. That was, that was the only diversion.
I suppose there is that risk, isn't
Coningsby
there?
was shut, Wellington was shut.
There is that risk.
Mara said, no, we'll like if you can't get anything else. Mara was clear.
They've been hot pitting, but then just going back.
Yeah, filming.
Yeah, it's hot pitting, and then it was just the other one hot pitted and just went back. Yeah. Sounds like the F-15s have shut down, so that's it. Wednesday. Okay, that's good to know. So I've got to try and fit it all in before I finish. Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they usually they last a bit longer from January, don't they? That's fine. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out on the no times, see how it's going. Yeah, I mean the Reds finish on the 18th. That's their last day, Thursday next week. So I might do the last day. I don't know. I'll have a look. Depends on the weather, man. It's all over the place. Yeah.
Sunny. The first one's
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's such a risk, isn't it, going all that way for the weather? To spend Christmas.
Well, it was 28th December, something like that.
Yeah.
Like I say, the weather was very next day.
Right.
It was
Oh, no. Alright, buddy. Well, have a good Christmas and New Year if I don't see you before. Yeah. Yeah, see you next year, man. Take care. See you later, mate. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, I believe that is us done with the wonderful sound of the F-135 PW100. We are done. Yep, that's us done. Nice one. Thank you very much, everyone. What a day we've had. An absolute pleasure. It's been, let me just check something on here. Yep, we're all good. Yeah, that's us done. All engines on the F-15s have gone, so they must have been doing a mass engine run there, just checking things. Okay, so a busy day and a busy week, a really good week from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel. I'll just check if there's any last minute guards marches to do. Take care, MC Carpentry. Hey, take care, have a good one. Take care. Let's have a look. No, that's it. We're all up to date. So thank you very much. And a big shout out, of course, to the 48 Fighter Wing. Thanks for owning the skies. You know how you do it. Thanks to the ground crew as well. Thanks to everyone at the 48 Fighter Wing. It's been an absolute pleasure. Ted and I are going to go into the weekend. I want you to have the best weekend ever. All right, I want you to enjoy it. Have a good time, relax, rest. Even if you're a chilled out type of person, then chill. Yes. And relax and enjoy. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, be good, stay healthy. God bless your hearts. Take care. And my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Crazy 2 at RAF Lakenheath. So for the last time for the week, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya! Have a great weekend, Lakenheath. Have a great weekend, 48 Fighter Wing. Oh yeah! Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level Fighter Squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.